We're on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant Ms. Richins are present along with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite Ms. Lauber back in to take the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Of course. Oh, do you need a Band-Aid?
No, no. It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay. Take a moment. That's fine. May we invite Ms. Lauber onto the stand while you're getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that. All right. Ms. Lauber, good morning. You'd take the stand again. We'll get you a glass of water.
Thank you.
And you can feel free to put it wherever is safe.
Clumsy, so I'll probably spill.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauber, we're on the record. We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes,
worked
she was
for-
one of her aunt's clients. Yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mhm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, so there were, sorry, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Pull the mic just a little.
No, sorry. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot, you sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it up for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was for an open house, but the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage and yourself and
2 other.
2 others.
Yes.
Okay. And you went in and the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that though, right?
Yes.
And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified while she's getting that up that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then. She already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house. Yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the 9th that I deposited in my checking account.
Oh, okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour and the other was 20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that. No.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this. No, she sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other 2?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick and then it got paid out through.
You remember
three.
that?
We can
Yeah.
pause there for just a moment. My apologies. We need to hand out some glasses. Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take a moment. Yeah, grab them. I'd be useless without mine.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, so when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, I don't know if it's the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Do you recall that they asked you if you'd talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. School
Oh,
here.
you told me.
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look.
You would then go up and just ask the question.
I was okay. I was just trying to point out that you could stand here and then over to here. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on, and then isn't it true you said no? You haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bond Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bond Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall, all right, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, a recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal, with the feds?
Your Honor, objection foundation. When is this call? What call?
While you were in
I need you to provide a little more detail.
Okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Bond Savage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And that and you called Nick Bond Savage and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, you were not telling them the truth because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Monsavage.
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor, objection, I think that misstates both the evidence and the
I
reality.
need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation, yeah.
As to,
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
you told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation. And that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that? Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Correct.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Monsavage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm not introducing it. Yeah. Just ask her about that. Okay. Can if you want. Okay, that's fine. We can admit it. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Well, we might want to remark this.
May I see it?
It's marked as an impeachment document, but I guess we can admit it.
Well, you can,
Is that okay?
it's
I
marked
just-
how it's marked. You can
That's
still
okay.
admit it.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as it's IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's fine. Did you pull it up? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, that's what I
Oh,
was
that's
looking
fine.
at.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Ms. Lewis, do you want to admit it?
yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bludder?
Oh, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well,
correct
I mean,
a few
I remember
minutes
telling him
ago.
I'd met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the.
gets spilled.
So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Do you remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the
Can-
immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are
Do you-
we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter, the immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right, you've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right, let me just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were
Okay,
the federal
2 men
agents.
and
Yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. She asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I don't
cooperating?
recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them though about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview?
What's the date?
July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct. It's right here.
Okay, so you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay, and was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't even think what day it is, February of 26.
Hmm.
And so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
Hold on, I gotta count back too.
I mean, that's not correct.
I'm not sure of the dates.
Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates
Okay,
or what was said.
all right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine.
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath.
Yes,
Okay. All right, well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today, correct?
correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes,
I'll have a
Pause,
question coming.
Ms. Lauber. Yeah, I need you to ask
That's
the
what
questions.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other objection, Mr. Black?
That's the one.
I just
all right.
need you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
no, that is not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No,
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Savage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today, as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
No, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Savage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones which just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am, well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then,
Refreshing her recollection?
thank you so much, refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we relay it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
Get calls with Nick, and I don't know, do I need to play both of them for Brad, or is it just the one?
Have a seat. Thank you.
Where
Ms.
she,
Lover, do you need a restroom break?
where she talks about it. That's the
Yes.
last time we were able
All
to
right,
get
so-
those we tried to get.
please do not talk to anybody during the
We won't
restroom
have
break.
to,
All right, just affirmatively avoid people.
know.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you can take a restroom break. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I just want to make sure they're on the same topic.
Why don't we go off the record for a moment? a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you put the headphones on. Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen. And when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah. That was it. Okay. Yeah.
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Von Savage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Von Savage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one. Yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up. This should work. Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007. Oh, I'm sorry. What's wrong
Katie,
with-
would you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in. Let me know when you've plugged back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop. Forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, because remember I kept asking like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
I don't know.
Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and went with somebody else, which I don't
never
think you
cheat
would
on
have.
you.
Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
All right, we listened to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick. Correct.
I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. maybe turn to page 26 and I'll ask you if you can remember this. And if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. Just going to ask you a question, Ms. Love.
Oh, okay. So
Okay. So Ms. Whistler asked you how often that when you were using drugs, how often you were using. And you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. Recall that?
correct.
Okay. But that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler, the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No. No.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead, you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. And if you take a look at that and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
What was your question?
Is that in fact what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't say
referring
which
to.
day,
That's what I'm
Which-
referring to.
which purchase.
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Your Honor, just objection foundation, which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record
All right.
what she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
but you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Cole or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says,
Your Honor, could we approach for just a moment? Thank you.
mhm.
Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but
With respect, Ms. Lewis, if you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it, but
All right.
if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
okay, let me just figure out where I'm at and then we'll do that.
No problem.
All right, let me ask you this. The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, give me one moment. Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript? All right, if you could look at line 18. And this is early in the interview. Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Bloodworth,
Objection under 106.
forgive me for a moment. Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest of the
fine.
response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read or answer the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler, that Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills and you testified yesterday, you didn't give them to Kouri that night. It was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter. And she said, the money, go inside the house. The money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read or answer. The question is not evidence of anything.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're at line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So you told,
Objection, Your
Please
Honor.
pause. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Completeness, she does complete the thought, you just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
all right, I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Your
So,
Honor, objection, completeness.
Your Honor,
It keeps going.
I think though, if I mean, that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23? I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing of a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says okay, and you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to give this back to you for now. So back to my original question is you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler, you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mhm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. You need to look at
I don't think it was a year apart, but I can be confused on the date.
If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today, 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or stay
No,
here?
57 is correct. I misspoke.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that.
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that she, before you play the, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
And maybe we don't need to play it.
It's not an objection. That's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
So, again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol in the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it. No.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall if you can
That's
or
fair.
not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Did you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you bought from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it.
Okay.
This order.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right, can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said, you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also.
Yes.
Correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no. Correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they, okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor? Correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while. Correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you, roughly when did you have neck surgery? Correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier. Correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery, when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation
No.
officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
All right. So then you talk more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes,
Correct.
from Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that
I
yesterday.
said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
I'm not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier, that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription prescription oxycodone, and then which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on,
I want to introduce this.
so we'll preview it
Okay.
for council. What's it say?
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through, Katie?
And why is it that
No. Not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Right, through line 25.
You only have that one page. So just 71?
Whatever page you had up.
Just pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
read 70.
Okay.
Does the clip start at page 70?
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
Oh,
on
okay.
page seven.
What line does what page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70.
No worries.
Okay, the state objects under completeness. If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right. I mean, Your Honor, I think
Through
that,
line 11 of 71 at least.
I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that
If
on
you
redirect.
gotta play the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
Can't play an incomplete clip.
You can pull it back a page to 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line. Let's see. Let's back up.
Page 70.
70, Ms. Lover.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's what I done.
Let's go back then to line 11. Miss, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Miss Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say she asked you to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay. Did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, but all right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier, you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more.
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
You got to pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street drug. I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23.
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay. So in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier. Correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay. Do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or 2 later.
Maybe, yes,
Okay.
correct.
Tell me again, so that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear, you've said different things, if it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing. It was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done. that
Are
was
you
flipping.
aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Go
This
ahead.
is in February we're talking,
Okay,
correct?
correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No,
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
correct,
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes,
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
yes,
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Objection, Your Honor, she did say that before.
Overruled. Let's
She-
keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes,
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Can we publish that, please? You see that?
yes,
That's a selfie, correct?
correct,
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so, correct, I guess.
Okay. So if we pull up just for, well, no, let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back, yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was,
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We can move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Yeah, 3,000. 3,009.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that,
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
all right, so yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain,
Either way,
driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay. All right, so this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a 3rd purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
correct.
All right.
Oh,
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry,
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
yes,
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the 3rd purchase took place.
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
I understand. But now you're sure.
Yes,
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
my bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time, you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time, you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your 3rd purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase,
Yes.
you've confused me.
What's kind of confusing because we
you
have a
you
bunch of
bounce,
statements
you
that
bounce
they're-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23 when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page,
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You do.
Sure. 1 second. Just look.
Okay,
Which line number are we at, Ms. Lewis?
I'm checking. Store makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says, same phone number that you used to contact, and you say, uh-huh.
objection, Your Honor, I think we're refreshing at this point, not impeaching.
Fair, sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read and then ask your next question.
All right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you went out loud. I'm like,
No, my
okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah.
And will you give me the next page up on the screen, please? If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to a page.
Yeah. Well, can we just? Okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Lewis.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you?
That's okay. It
Okay.
just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
And the top of 87. Through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time?
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time you just said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that
Correct.
second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second,
I
Ms.
think
Lauber.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms. Whistler, where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills, second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway House, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Bon Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20,
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the Fed? Ms. Whistler.
yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but
All right. Well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm in hand the witness, which marked as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Understood.
Can I
All
see
right.
a copy on the screen?
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. These are just they're the dates of all the interviews with, it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at the end. No, it's not a folder. May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm gonna put that in the right order.
But it doesn't say who the interview's with.
Transcription of interviews with Carmen. I'm just gonna get the dates straight. Just
Right, we
wanna
know
get the
Carmen's
dates.
at all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her
I
by
don't
the face of
even-
these transcripts.
Doesn't matter right now. I'm just asking her for the dates because she can't remember any of the dates. All right, let's see what she
Counsel,
says.
would you pause for a
Let me
minute?
just see what she says and then I'll
Two
clarify.
notes for the jury. One, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And two, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold. Everybody's cold.
Ms. Lauber, please pause for a moment. Okay, we're gonna take a restroom break. Everybody can have a seat for a minute. We'll be in break until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought here. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffett, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Sure. It would, Your Honor. Can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How
Before
much time do you
9:05.
need?
Can we come back 10? How long am I going to be in chambers?
You know, we can do that second if you want to attend to something first.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Ms. Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you. on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, no.
Okay. Ms. Lover, you are still under oath. Okay. Let's invite the jury back in, please. Have a seat when you come in. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right, yes, I know, I'm sorry, but let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler one time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in a closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right, fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I
you
don't
needed
recall.
to see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
Okay.
May 12th.
Move this one to the little ball.
You know, I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Now May 12th, what page?
No page yet. I just want you to have.
Oh.
That's the interview we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Okay?
Mhm.
You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right. I
Yeah, it
just-
doesn't say that I
Okay.
asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the-
Well, I'm on page 2 or 1.
Of the May 12th, 2023.
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3 of 23.
It's the wrong one. Would if you go to the tab that has 512,
Oh, way back here. Okay. Oh, now that might make sense now.
Okay, thank you.
just wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3. Line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right, so you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he's like, "You did." So he acted shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still though were telling him you were worried about it,
I had told him I had a visit with him. Yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
Seven and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7?
This one says 8. This is I'm on
Ms.
7.
Lewis, I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct?
On page 7, it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they'd been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right. Yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones,
They did have
right?
to, yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl,
All
an
right.
overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Yes, it is on the top of page 12.
The word here is.
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
You added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I'll
Ms.
read it
Lauber,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're
Is
right.
that
I
yes or
added it.
no?
Yeah,
I
sorry.
added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
I said the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said, the rest of that the next sentence,
Read the rest of what he said.
these parallel drug
Yes.
investigations.
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder, right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16.
Mhm. She at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3.
Yes. Does that, so now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening and you didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I don't
Correct.
recall.
So I'm not.
On a jail call or
Yes.
okay.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter and you like telling her, I don't even know what happened. Correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened and you're like, I don't even know. Correct?
Your Honor, foundation, I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this refresh your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done
Yeah,
reading that?
The objection is sustained, and
Okay.
also we're having pronoun and article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and
All right.
provide context in your questions.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Ms. Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I
just
thought
to
she
read.
said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go. To
Oh,
the
well,
read.
haven't asked her if she called the second part.
Then that's why
Okay.
you can't just read from it.
So, yeah. So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23,
Read that to yourself, Ms. Lauber, and then wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
all right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asked me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about.
Not
That's
the
fine. If you don't
conversation.
remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. It just says,
Okay,
I don't know what happened.
you just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard at the end of this interview tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023. All right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall, huh?
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right, well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview,
Which page?
just at the beginning,
Which date? are we
Which date?
speaking?
What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Harmony, if you haven't already.
Yeah. 513. Okay, now that.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
Is there
page
a
range?
page I need to be on?
Can I look at the beginning, Katie? I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here on page page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Bonsavage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Bonsavage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that? Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they'd met with Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Bonsavage, it's through Nick, they decide that that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, new page.
At line 7 to Detective Maynard. He asked you if there was a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's look at page 29. You now recall you said, but I
Correct.
just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases. I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked
Yes,
about that.
yes.
Yes, okay. But today you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure in 2022 there were 3, your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. Let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they are going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18. Oh, 19.
Okay.
All right. So just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out. Something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
Pause for one moment. Mr. Glover.
Your Honor, this foundation, this, we're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. That we can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Wood.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they ever brought
All
it
right.
or not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they release you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my
Okay.
ankle.
So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody. Correct?
Correct.
And did you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's
Yes.
why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court. It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay. But let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you're released from the jail. Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
And one thing they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning, so I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard,
Correct.
to tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes,
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
It's okay,
It's paused.
go ahead.
It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine, you'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was that you were not to have any contact with Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Bonsavage,
Correct.
but you did talk to Nick Bonsavage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Bonsavage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
That's not what that says.
And maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these
But
were,
Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection. So if you'd follow up on that.
all right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed and you were allowed to go see them in person.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Bonsavage?
Is to install GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant is ordered to have no contact with Kouri, Richins, Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Bonsavage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused, where it combines in the top into
Okay,
the second sentence.
so you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Bonsavage,
Correct.
but you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him, I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right, so you didn't pay any attention to that condition.
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023,
I'm not quite sure
correct?
when he graduated.
If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay. Oh, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right. So you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right. So that's how you got those letters.
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question, that kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data and cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court,
I was not using and selling the whole time.
the whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022.
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes.
That
Wait,
is-
you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes,
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020.
Ms. Liz.
March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away.
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way,
Sure,
the
correct.
pills were after he passed away,
Correct.
correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So after you said you were willing to cooperate and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years
Correct.
and you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard and he says lobber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here, you know.
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are
I
you
still keep tabs. He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
he does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct. But I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No.
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
Correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them. No.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested.
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said,
No.
correct?
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked them up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment? I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Bloodworth. Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Scott, can you bring up exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't have any objection.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffett shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. Or given to him.
And they're dated, you see, April the 19th, 2024. Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Thank
you. Mhm.
Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors are still reading that.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have
for
you
me.
ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good. Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes, they provided one through Wasatch Mental. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood. From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
And that same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was
I was in jail for a couple days till they came and see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Has your memory become cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detective said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them, but
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We're gonna have to review.
yeah, that's the one.
Were all of those transcripts accurate? Transcripts of your interviews with detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview is 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to look at it.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact. what you
may
do.
impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand to hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison
For how long?
a long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect, depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further, for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Lauber. Thank you. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I need you to step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Current state of affairs. The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews between of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for, or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion, which when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out of court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably, maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't, I guess I disagree with that.
I guess, how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out of court statements being made for the, being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No,
Because
they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out of court statements.
80. I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out of court statement. Yes, the state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted in Carmen Lauber's statements. The state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals we're offering Carmen's Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all.
And
the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay, 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? The
But she's
prior
been-
statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01,
No,
the declarant testified. Sorry.
no, subject to cross without a break.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. These transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission of them, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the great arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Looking at it.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous, and the jury, it might go back to the jury room, and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
And,
Scott,
and
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're
Oh,
getting.
okay.
I'm
Sorry.
slow. I'm slow. Get exhibit by exhibit. I'm getting numbers up.
okay,
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the rule 801 D1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, you know, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent. I'm sorry, Carmen Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis will give you the benefit of the record
I was just gonna tell you, there's 932 pages of transcripts
combined.
combined, yes.
Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
No, I think Your Honor's identified the issues. I agree.
Okay, so the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801 D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here for two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further? Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
Okay.
doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else from Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Your
fine. Lunch here. Okay. Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. We may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right. Second, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
No.
Ms. Nestor?
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch the rest of the proceedings on television or video?
I would imagine you have
I
better things to
don't
do.
watch any
Yeah.
of it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't. I stay away from it.
Okay. Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Moffitt, thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, may I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Fine.
What time would you like to come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fine.
All right. Can we invite the jury back in? Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long. Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
No, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30. Anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please. Folks, you can feel free to have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Anna Isbell.
Ms. Isbell, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Have a seat.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. What is your name?
Anna Isbell?
Do you spell your last name Isbell?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Yes.
How?
Knew her from
Ms.
high school.
Isbell, I apologize for interrupting. Turn that mic towards you a little bit. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. There you go.
Knew her from high school. Just living in the same area.
Do you know who Hayden Jeffs was?
Yes.
Who was he in relation to you?
My significant other for 13 years.
And he passed, didn't he? And it was a motorcycle accident? Okay, I can see you're nodding.
Yes. Sorry. Try not to say yes because it'll start making me cry. But yes, he did.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Do you know whether Hayden Jeffs knew Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did they know each other?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
He did handyman work for her.
Were you with Hayden Jeffs on January the 22nd, 2022, when he received a call from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you overhear that call on speakerphone?
Yes.
What on that phone call, if anything, did you hear Kouri Richins ask Hayden Jeffs?
For something for a client. I don't remember what it started with, the T or a P. We didn't know what it was. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I don't know who brought it up or how it got around to that. Hayden was just saying, fuck that client. Fentanyl? What? Fuck that. Fuck that.
Hayden's statements, Mr. Bloodworth.
No.
Your
Would you
Honor,
pause for 1 second, Mrs. Bill? My apologies.
effect on Kouri Richins.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff's side of this conversation, as related by Ms. Isbell, that's an out-of-court statement that you cannot consider for its truth. The only reason you can consider it is for context for whatever Ms. Richins may have said in response after hearing it. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
I interrupted you. Did you want to say anything else about that?
Okay, after Mr. Jeff said that, how did Ms. Richins respond?
She said, okay, thank you. That's all.
Was there a second call then?
No.
Did you hear any other of the discussions between Ms. Richins and Mr. Jeffs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Anna.
Afternoon. Don't know about good, but afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Wendy Lewis. We've met, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, I start by saying I'm very sorry for your loss of Hayden. I know that's been very difficult for you. Now, you, of course, have been called as a witness for the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was there a time a couple
Oh,
of,
yes.
and did they reach out to you a couple of months ago to try and get you to come in and meet with them?
Yeah, I've tried multiple times.
Multiple times. All right. I'm going to show you just for what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1002.
Should be able to see it
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
Were those text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And they were between you and Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes.
So your texts are in blue, is that correct?
Yes.
And his are in black.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish that 1002 be admitted and published.
No objection. That we approach.
there. Of course. Give it back. Thank you. You got a glass of water? Okay.
Katie, can you, or Your Honor,
Oh, I can do it.
whoever's controlling the screens?
No problem. So that's the text exchange that's been offered by the defense.
And it's just that one page.
Yes. Oh,
There we go.
Mr. Bloodworth, no rush. Take a moment, make sure that's what the state regards as, is it 2 pages, Katie? 4. Okay.
she sent it. in
Sure.
chunks.
Screenshots.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kate, I don't read that fast. Can we start at the top, please? Next page, please. Next page, please. Next page, please. Katie, can you go to the first page, please?
Are these out of order? Am I
Yeah,
reading-
I can't figure out the order. They go, I can't tell if they go backwards in time. They might go backwards in time.
Maybe.
So, as far as I'm aware, the first page is the screenshot she sent. And then the following texts show what she screenshotted. It's like it's
It doesn't, but
We can just do the first page if you want. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, no.
It's because those are 2 different types.
pause for a minute. Thank you.
I want to just do that. I can do that because it's confusing. Because I do think it repeats. I had a hard time. She said this.
Well, but it looks like there's stuff above this. That this is a midstream discussion. I'm sorry, Katie, can you go to the second page, please?
Go back one more page, please. It's the same thing. Go back to the first page one moment, Kate.
Wendy, I think the 4th page is the first. It just has a text message before. I think the 4th page goes 4, 1, 2, 3.
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone. Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how iPhone text messages
That's fine.
exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4. We see 2, 3, and 4.
And if doing some quick math here. It seems like the chronological order is something like 4, 2, 3. Does that sound right, Mr. Bertram?
Yeah. And just the way that I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it appears that 4 should be 1,
Right,
then it should go to 2,
right.
and then 3 and 4. And 1 is just kind of another screenshot off of.
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah. So,
Okay, that's fine.
Katie, can you take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it? And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel. In the meantime, temperature a little better? Yes? Very good. Okay.
Yeah, sure. All right, Your Honor, I think it is sorted. No objection to the current version of the text messages.
Katie, if you'd show it to me. Will you go to page 2 for me? Oh, wait a minute. Go back to page 1. Will you go back to page 1 for a moment? My apologies.
That's the one we took out, correct?
No, that, okay. Then page 2. Then page 3, please. Okay. I'm going to show this to the witness. If you would lay some foundation, Ms. Lewis.
So do you recognize this as text from your phone?
Yes.
And they are texts between yourself and Detective O'Driscoll. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show our pages 2 and 3,
Yeah.
please?
Yes. The first one, it's two different. That's why it looks weird. But yes, they're all. Yes.
Okay. We now move to admit defense exhibit.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, just foundation. There's 2 different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
One's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
I didn't understand that answer, Ms. Lewis. Could you lay some more foundation?
Yeah, I
please?
wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one is Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's a
I
second.
didn't say by their other numbers.
Can we move to the next page, Katie? Is that a different phone number? It's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you sure? Because they say the same thing.
The one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's why-
understand.
yeah.
All right. So the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now? That one is.
And then that's when you
that's
sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him.
Why don't we consider these separately?
All right. So let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie. Starting right there. So let's, if we could introduce, is that 3 pages now? Or 2? All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce, or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version.
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it?
1002, maybe we can say 1002.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, 2-page document.
Can I see the second page?
Of course.
Your Honor, objection to the admission. We're gonna need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last 4 digits.
No problem. I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is that the top?
Can you do that so we can still see the,
There you go.
oh, that's on the previous page though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie. Okay, we just show me page 2 again. Okay, numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bleber?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a 2-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective Others.
Yes.
He sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls, we can prep you on what you're going to be asked. Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause,
And-
Ms. Lewis, for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But
If they can, I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie? Pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
I might have misread because some of it's covered here.
that's, yeah, I mean, the redaction might have been part of the problem, but
Can we maybe go to,
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
all right. We'll just let the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, if Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brad. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog. That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page. Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. So this is the same. It's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he showed you when he sent you these text messages?
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, and not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be
Should
here
have talked to
every
me.
day, correct?
Mhm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right. But you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pole for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless
Okay.
somebody that knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Anna?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How were you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I like base my years off like, was Hayden dead or not at that time? I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah, give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner, so I think like Hayden and I had went to Sushi Blue that night. I probably had like a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
Didn't I know of? Yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Like just advice, helping with like she had helped him get insurance, well, like liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, like those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was like trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, what the fuck is Michael Jackson stuff?
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay. And then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever at that call hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Bloodworth,
No, sir.
may we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thanks. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Crozier.
Sir, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Step up here.
In front of Brittany.
You'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name Crozier?
Yes, sir.
Um, Sir, do you have a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December of 22, and 2 possession charges in 23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
Mr. Crawford, I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? Just a minute, sir. My
All right.
apologies. Should you take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue? Please rise for the jury. Please stand. Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
All right.
We're going to be in recess until 1:25. Who I have present? Speak here for a minute. Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time. please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. We're on the record. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Crozier, you're under oath.
Okay.
Very good, sir.
Thank
Need
you.
a glass of water, just let me know.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many of them. Yes.
Understand. Are you aware of immunity from Summit County,
Yes.
from Salt Lake County,
Yes.
and from the federal government?
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
Yes. As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully,
Mhm.
but also fully and completely?
Yes.
And did your lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
You told me I had to come to court and be honest, and
Did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I lived with for a couple of months at the end of 2021.
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend. I don't remember her name. And get some Roxy's for her, the oxycodone.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but there might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure. When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's for the oxycodone.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I know. I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick in Draper,
Mhm.
did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
You said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I had met her a second time. Oh. To be honest with you, like, I know that I met her the one time. And it might have been twice, but I really, like, it was like 4 years ago. So, like, I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But if it would have been the same thing, like, I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like, it wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, get a drink together or anything.
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
Right.
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Had you met her anywhere other than the Maverick Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember like I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot of drugs at that time, so like I was detoxing from those drugs. And I remember like going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
Do you recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so like I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay. And by report, do you mean a transcript of their
Yes.
interview?
Yeah.
So you know from reading a transcript of their interview that they asked you whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
Yes.
Do you recall how?
Not right off of that I thought they were. I didn't know if they were fentanyl or Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but like I can.
Would that help
see
you
it. Like,
refresh it?
I can see like what it says.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but as far as remembering that, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up for the witness, please, 8-46, Tango? Are we moving too fast for you?
No, I was reading. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sir, can you focus in, please, on page 13, line 13? Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically, or oxys?
Yeah, but it says that,
It's a yes or no.
yes. Okay.
Sir, how did you respond to that?
Can I take this witness on voir dire for just one moment?
Not at the moment. You gotta let him answer that question.
We approach.
Yes.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl or oxy, how did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was like the slang on the street was, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, this influx of fentanyl and it also said that either so M30s, yeah, that's what the Roxy's were stamped with was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp. It's not just a fentanyl thing.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxys implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxy's. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
Well, I think that confusions what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
But you know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered. He said he doesn't recall.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
I'm sorry, you can repeat the question.
Do you know that investigators asked you it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Sure.
Scott, can I get 846T again?
Which page do you want to go to?
If we can stay, please, on page 13. And sir, if you could read from
Says I sold her what?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you please read to yourself
Mhm.
from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
Okay.
Okay, if you could take that down, please, Scott. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation. But
When the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no. She would have got what she
Pause
asked
a
for.
moment.
Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustain.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said
It's
that.
a yes or no question.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that from what I read, I said that she knew what she was, she got what she wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got, but I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's, and it was the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
Sir, you've read a copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
He said he doesn't remember anything about the interview.
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay, yeah. Again, I don't know.
Can we turn now to an affidavit
Mhm.
that you signed in September of 2025? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. Like, I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30s. Like, they're
That-
synonymous.
That was
Yes.
your understanding of what Blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes. And if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Did you say in that affidavit that you understood actually at that time in early 2022? Well, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Oxy and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said that's not OxyContin. I never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
Scott, can I get 847, please? Sir, could you please review that? We'll scroll down through all the pages. Scott, can you go down one?
Yeah, that's a typo. I'm sorry.
Go down again, please. One more to the swearing. Can you go back to the top, please, Scott? Mr. Crozier, is that an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing the Oxycontin out because I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. They certainly weren't my words. But
is whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on the first 4 paragraphs? So is that first paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the second paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the third paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Scott, can you drop down one page and zoom in? Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No. No. No, it's got a, yeah, it's got the, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycodone. Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
How about the eighth paragraph?
Yes.
How do you know whether what you were selling, were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore. I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
Selling Roxy's then, yes.
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
Because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people?
Yeah, I had, yes.
Who did you get the pills from that you sold to Carmen Lawler?
I don't recall. Like I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Is paragraph 9, is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
Yeah, the possessing, yes.
Are those your initials next to that possessing it's handwritten in?
Yes.
How about paragraph 10, is that accurate?
Yeah, yes.
How about paragraph 11?
Yes.
We go down to, we can go all the way, just do, okay. Paragraph 12, accurate?
It is.
13?
With the exception of the oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone. Again, the oxycodone prescription, I had an oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
Again, with the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
With the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
Let's scroll down to that's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page, Scott? That's your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
What's above there? First 3 things.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says right there, that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and at every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
No, I mean, yeah, apparently not.
Thanks, Scott. Is it fair to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe two occasions, M30s and blues, and you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis. Need a glass of water?
I do not, thank you.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
We've met
Afternoon.
before. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
What's that?
We've met before.
We have.
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview.
Right.
You did say though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still, I mean, when they originally came and talked to me and were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who that is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025.
Okay.
And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes.
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And do you recall at that interview you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times?
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mhm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained,
Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry. Yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole
Okay.
oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick
Mhm.
to sell them. And you,
Ms. Lewis. If you would just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time.
Okay.
There was snow then. So
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
Like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mhm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same.
Mhm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or that would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who is selling it.
Okay.
Where you got it from. You know, if you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah. But
All right, that's fair. So, do you recall? Let me back up. So, you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember the 1st time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't
I
remember
don't.
there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some or if she was by herself. I don't know.
Okay. And then, do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but I probably, yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again, because I know this was you were using during that period.
Mhm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. You know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions,
Mhm.
are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
Tons. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
You don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like, I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. And I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time. So they made them look exactly like that. And that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
There
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sure you could.
You could not get them from a pharmacy. No.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. With the Roxys, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink. And then I think the 15s might have been green and then 20s were gray, I think. And then all of from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I didn't.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mhm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pin, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Letkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about them.
You and Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And-
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Letkins, there's a mistake in these? It says Oxycontin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Letkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say Oxycontin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed Oxycontin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between Oxycontin and oxycodone?
Oxycontin is way stronger. And it's time released now, I believe. Like I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those. And then they made them time released. The Oxycodone or the Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But
Okay.
yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put Oxycontin and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not Oxycontin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you, do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay, let's pull up what is defense exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
in paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Again, I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay.
but-
yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says Oxycontin when it should have said
Mhm.
oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me just get us back to square one here. Katie, if you would go back to page 1. I'm going to hide this for just a moment. Ms. Lewis, it is queued up though, if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2 though, Katie, because you've already read, you just read this, right, as you were sitting here. All right. So do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today.
Yes.
In your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025?
I was.
To tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
Yes.
oxycodone.
Oxycodone.
Okay. When you met with, or not met, I'm sorry, you talked to your friend Nicole. What did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
Did she wanted Roxy's? Roxy's. I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mhm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry.
I think that answers my question. Nobody ever asked you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No. Is that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
Do you know if you can even
I
buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like they would keep that under a tight lock and key.
All right. All right. I'm just going to summarize and then we're going to be done. Okay. So when you initially agreed with detectives that you might have sold fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically. True.
That is correct. Yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes.
And you were being truthful?
Yes.
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober.
Yes.
And you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
That's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you. I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th,
Of 2020?
25.
25.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Robert, I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
They were in a bag.
Those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something. Yeah, they were in a bag of some kind. Yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that, so they were probably a little bigger than that. But yes,
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
yeah, from one of
One,
somebody.
one of the guys that sold
Yes.
you the pills.
Correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Ledkins, thank you. Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, Your Honor, next witness, maybe 30 minutes from the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks. All right, Mr. Perry. All right, take a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45. Thank you. invite the jury in, please. Have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Ms. Shermnack, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Eric Haskell, please.
Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Be class one.
I'm okay for a minute. I'll see how long this goes.
Fair enough. Ms. Shermnack.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Eric Haskell, Haskell.
Where do you work?
The Salt Lake City Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with the Salt Lake City Police Department for about 10 and a half years now. No, sorry. Coming up on 11 years.
What is your current assignment at the Salt Lake Police?
I'm currently a sergeant over the Special Investigations Unit, which handles narcotic and vice cases.
I want to go through some of your pertinent law enforcement history. And why don't you start explaining to the jury kind of where you got your start at the Salt Lake Police and where those roles kind of took you throughout your career up to this point.
I started like most officers in patrol when I came to the Salt Lake City Police Department. After about a year there, I transitioned to the Strategic Deployment Unit, otherwise known as the Bicycle Squad, the bright yellow shirts. I was there from 2016 into 2019. When I left there, I went back into patrol in 2019. Working my way through it all.
That's okay. I know it's testing your memory.
Then in about June of 2020, I transitioned to the gang unit. I was there until January of 2021. A short time. 2020 was a tumultuous year for us. We were shrinking down specialties, which point I went back to patrol the beginning of 2021. Towards the end of 2021, I went back into the gang unit for a short time as a supervisor. And in 2022, back into patrol as a sergeant. I remained there until I believe it was maybe spring of 2023, where I transitioned to a encampment mitigation sergeant, handling illegal camps throughout the city until September of 2024, where I transitioned into my current assignment.
Thank
I think
you.
that covers my time with Salt Lake City.
Thank you for that history. Now, as a sergeant over I think you said special investigations, how is that involved with narcotics investigations, or what is your role in those investigations with the Salt Lake Police?
Widely varied, everything as it relates to narcotics. My unit, for starters, screens all of the screening being submitting charging documents, I guess, for any narcotics cases within the city. So any patrol officers or other officers throughout the department that have narcotic cases. Those cases come through our office. We review them and submit them to the district attorney's office. We personally, as the beard might suggest, are a little different than a patrol officer. So we're an undercover unit. We will conduct undercover drug buys and long-term drug narcotic investigations. We will conduct short-term investigations as well, things that we would refer to as like a buy bust, where we might do an undercover buy and immediately arrest somebody. And like I said, including those long-term investigations, conducting narcotic search warrants, consulting on narcotic-related cases, officers throughout the department contacting us for our expertise in the world of narcotics.
And so is it fair to say that your unit and your experience deals with everything from drug deals on the street up to larger scale, more complex drug investigations?
Yes.
And have you received any type of special training to perform this role?
Yes. So I've attended the DEA drug investigations course. It's a week-long course put on by the DEA. I've attended the Salt Lake City Undercover Academy, which presents some information on drug investigations, as well as the name implies, the learning how to be an undercover and the tools used in that. I've attended, I have members of my unit that are part of a task force, the Utah Drug Overdose Task Force, attended seminars put on by them. Those would be the kind of the primary trainings.
And so you have quite a bit of experience in drug investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about when we're talking about a street level drug deal, what does that look like? For someone that's not familiar with those, what does that mean?
A simple street level drug deal will look like a buyer and a seller meeting somewhere. It quite frankly can be anywhere. Just as the name implies, it is on the street. Maybe not literal, and those two people will meet. It's usually very quick. It's obviously illegal. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously. That's definitely illegal though. And it will happen very quickly. There's an exchange of a product, an illicit narcotic of some kind in exchange for cash. It happens very fast, and dealer and buyer will separate, go their own way. Maybe the dealer will stay there depending on what exactly we're talking about. Sometimes it's a pre-planned meet where they will meet and then go their separate ways. We do have also instances where dealers will hang out in a particular location, be that a street corner, an area within a park, a gas station parking lot, a fast food parking lot, etc., anywhere and everywhere. And that drug deal will look very quick. It's a fast exchange. Nobody wants to be in the open for longer than they have to be doing what appears to be a drug deal.
And talk a little bit about your experience with drug distribution rings or some of those more complex drug distribution investigations.
So really any street level drug deal is going to be part of maybe a ring or an organization, in the sense of, generally speaking, your dealer on the street has gotten those drugs from someone else who there's a chain. So in my unit, our primary goal is to work that chain as far as we can.
Would you pause there for 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry, Council. Would you approach for a minute? Grace, can I have a word? Court TV, I need you to stop recording and transmitting from this point forward until I tell you differently. Okay. I apologize for interruption. For your benefit.